All right. All right. Good evening. Here we are. Oh, oh, makes more sense. Good. Let me just fix this. Okay. Okay, good. Well, all right. We are gonna try to do some of the dailies. Let me see which one it is.
Be careful.
Halls of Stones.
Good luck, friend.
King's honor, friend, for the Alliance.
Halls of
Go
Lightning.
with honor, friend.
No. Oh. Oh, baby. Wow, this guy is almost 5,400. 252, 39, 52, 30, 200. Ok, non. Non. Regarde, casse-toi ta tête, là. Non. Wow. Critical ROI. Really? Wow. Good job. Oh, look. If I have no answer. This is 36. He's dual wielding. Huh. Well, he's not answering. Well, I'm gonna give him 5 minutes. 5 minutes. If I have no answer, I'll do something else. Hey, somebody's live.
An attack recovered and kept by the United States in a task force retrieval program.
The UAP task force was refused access to a broad crash retrieval program. When you say crash retrieval, what do you mean?
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
You are one of the most trusted former intelligence officials in the US defense and intelligence establishment.
Yes, I was.
The Pentagon has undermined Russia's claims about this alleged secret program. Department of Defense spokesperson Susan Go said in an email to Fox News Digital that to date, AARO has not discovered any verifiable information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. Back in 2017, the New York Times published an article that revealed a secret Pentagon program to investigate UFOs. One of the authors, Leslie Kean, has been reporting on UFOs for many years and also published a book in 2010 called UFOs, Generals, Pilots, and Government Officials Go on the Record. Here to tell us more about her time reporting on UFOs and recent claims on the topic of extraterrestrial life is Leslie Kean. Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. Great to be with you guys.
It's great to be here with you. What do you make of Grush's claims that there are craft or potentially even pilots?
I can't comment at all on the pilot part of it because that was not part of our reporting, and I never spoke to him about that. So that's aside. But in terms of his I guess you'd call them claims, his allegations that there are actual retrieved craft, I take it very, very seriously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reported on it. And not only because of what he has told me, but because of what a number of other people have told me, quite a few, both on and off the record, but mainly off the record, that there are many others like him who are not whistleblowers, but have the same information. And in fact, others that may have...
These are all the same images all the fucking time.
Direct
There's
information
nothing
that he
new.
does, because they have been inside programs, which he has not. So I think there's a lot more to come, and there's a lot more to back up his claims than what has actually been made public.
And can you tell us more about what you've heard about the retrieval of crafts that are specifically non-human? Because I think I could understand someone saying, or many people coming forward to say, that pilots have seen objects that they couldn't identify, that maybe parts of crafts were then retrieved, and maybe we couldn't explain where they'd come from, but the operating theory would be they were craft from other countries or parts of weapons programs or something. This sounds like specifically it's being described as non-human, or that there's something indicated in what was recovered that this originates off-world or something like that. Have you heard, when you've talked to people on the inside, the non-human part of it specifically emphasized, or just a mystery? Well, this doesn't originate from the U.S. government. We don't know.
Right. It's a very good distinction. Great question, Robbie, because we have to make that distinction here. We are actually talking about non-human, which means these have been determined to be that through whatever scientific process has been used to make that determination. And all of that information is classified. There was one statement that Rush made in our story alluding to describing the types of processes that are used. I don't have it right in front of me. You guys might have it, but the problem is for us in the public is that all of the data on that is classified. But I do want to make the point that he's making a very, very distinct distinction here from, between something that's just anomalous and maybe we can't figure it out versus something that has actually been determined to be of non-human origin. They're two different things. And he's talking about the latter here. These have actually been determined to be of non-human origin. And I have spoken to others who have confirmed the same thing.
So how would we make sense of this and the recent reporting around UFOs or UAPs? Is this a soft launch of clear awareness of extraterrestrial life, but maybe we don't want to tell the public everything so as to roll it out slowly and give them time to process it? Can we understand this to be a soft launch of our awareness of extraterrestrial life based on the craft that we know that is there, that has been recovered?
I mean, it's such a great question, Jessica, and it's so hard to answer that. You know, I'm a reporter, and so whenever I get some good information that I think is important, I'll put it out there. But I don't really know if there's some kind of orchestrated campaign going on behind the scenes. It's hard for me to comment on that. And I also think, you know, the thing about extraterrestrial life, that's such a loaded term. I mean, if we have a craft that is not of non-human origin, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's some extraterrestrial aliens that have come here and crashed it or dropped it here. Or I think the actual origin of it could be much more complicated than that. You know, the concept of extraterrestrial life or what the intelligence might be that's behind the creation of these vehicles is a big unanswered question. And I don't think that's a simple one. But, you know, it is an incredible mystery, and it's an incredible claim to be made here. I mean, this is absolutely mind-blowing, and I think what's important about it is that it lead to further investigation, because there is no proof of this, and we don't offer proof of that, and neither does David Grush. It's all about the people that he has spoken to that have provided him with information. So the Congress needs to take this up, and they just announced today that they do want to hold, the Appropriations Committee wants to hold hearings on this. So it's the beginning of an investigation that needs to happen to find out more.
What is your awareness of how, I guess, how widespread within the government?
Yolas says.
What access?
Toi avec Yolas.
In a political context, Donald Trump, other people.
Comment ça va?
Classified documents that they took or that they.
Tu vois, j'ai regardé pour m'acheter un bel anneau. Un bel anneau pour mettre autour de mon... Un bel anneau pour mettre autour de mon... Un beau coq. Un anneau.
Yolas says. Bien mon extraterrestre.
Ah, mon extraterrestre! Yeah! Non, c'est parce que présentement, là, il y a plein de rapports qui sortent, là, comme quoi que... Il y a des extraterrestres un peu partout, là. Regarde l'enveloppe des extraterrestres, il y en a un. Ça, c'en est un autre. Ça aussi, c'est un extraterrestre, un joli extraterrestre, un autre joli extraterrestre. Tu sais, non. Il y a plein d'extraterrestres. Il y en a qui sont plus lettres un peu, là. Regarde ça, là, c'est pas beau. Ça non plus, c'est pas beau. Ça non plus, c'est pas beau. Hey, wow, ça, c'est toutes des hosties de ladrons d'extraterrestres lettres. Wesh, beaux cheveux. Tu sais, là, whoop, là, les extraterrestres. Tu sais, plein d'extraterrestres. C'est ça. Elle est gênée parce que son chum n'est pas capable d'ouvrir une bouteille.
Yolas says. Good.
Good. 10-hour reviews of what? The ultimate review? Nice. C'est ça, avec Demel, on s'en allait faire une coupe de héroïque plus.
Yolas says. Two membres en ligne sur Discord pour les vidéos KT écoute STP.
OK.
Yolas says. Thanks.
Regarde bien, mon bon Yolas. T'as envoyé ça tout de suite. Si je vais sur YouTube, j'écris ça.
Talker that they have.
C'est ça. Je copie. Là, je m'en vais sur Discord, mes messages privés. Yolax. Paste.
Yolas says. Yolas says. Yolas says. VM.
Bon, mais ben d'accord.
Yolas says. Tento.
À tantôt, mon boyolas. Mage, Warlock, Shaman, Paladin, DK. Let's go.
Hello.
Bon. M'a rien dire. Alright, let me just check this. There we go. Makes sense now. It's good. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Looking for one more heal, gun, drag, and dart I can skip. Skips. Alright. D'après moi, Jaina.
It's too far away. That ability isn't ready. Isn't ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I can't do that. That spell isn't ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't cast that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Move a bit closer. I can't cast that yet. I can't do that yet. That's still recharging. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
How about you attack the same fucking target? Huh? Well, let's not. Why would we?
I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't do that. Not ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't do that. I can't cast that yet. Not ready yet. That's still recharging. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Out of range. I can't do that. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. I'm out of range. That's still recharging. I need to get closer.
Nice. So you pulled the other one.
Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't do that. Out of range. Not ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That isn't ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Cast that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Let's do this. Now keep an eye out. I'll have this licked in 2 shakes of a...
Warning. Life form pattern not
Archival processing terminated. Continued interference will result in targeted response.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good. We might have a complication or two.
Security breach in progress. Analysis of historical archives. Transferred to lower priority queue. Countermeasures engaged.
Ah, you want to play hardball, eh? That's just my game.
That ability isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can That's still recharging. That ability isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
Ça donne absolument rien.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. Need to get closer. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready. It's too far away. I gotta go. Cast that yet. It's too far away. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
Initiating.
Hang on. Nobody's gonna be sanitized as long as I have a say.
Not ready yet. That's still recharging. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't. That spell isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I can't do that. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That
do you think I'm here for? Tea and biscuits? Spill the beans already.
Session terminated.
On va rien dire. Bon.
Inquiring minds just got to know. You'll find me wherever the action is. Don't worry, Saul. Bram's got your back. Keep that middleman straight and busy, and I'll see if I can't see you cannot escape the curse of flesh. That's downright bothersome. We might have neutralized the Iron Dwarfs, but I'd lay odds there's another machine somewhere else, churning out a whole mess of these iron thrones. I'll use the forge to make batches of earthen to stand guard. But our greatest challenge still remains. Find and stop Logan.
Greetings. Be careful. Till next we meet.
Okay. All right. So that was good. It was not bad. I'm just kidding. It was awful. It was awful. Oof. Ah. Let me see. That's not good. Okay. Does not. Okay. But you didn't have to cut me off. Oh yeah, I forgot to. Damn boy. Lots of druids. Very few hunter, few rogues, few shaman, some warlocks. Oh, wait. I'll use the flight point.
I am honored. Good luck.
All right, it's been a little over a year and a half now since Blizzard revealed that they were working on a brand new survival game set in a whole new universe, their first new IP since the days of Overwatch. At the time of this announcement, it appeared that the game was in full production as they were hiring to fill numerous development positions. Outside of those job listings though, which do admittedly reveal quite a bit about the game, Blizzard themselves haven't made any additional public announcements or shared many new details. But that hasn't stopped us from learning quite a lot. Initially, thanks to some early leaks from people who claim to have seen the game running in action, we learned, maybe unsurprisingly, that Blizzard's new survival game would share much in common with other survival games. Titles like Valheim, Rust, Grounded, and Ark all set the template for what Blizzard has in mind. Sandbox elements will be at the core of the experience. We will be gathering resources, crafting weapons and tools, and building bases, all while also going out into the wilderness and engaging in a variety of both PvE and PvP PvP. That is the base foundation that Blizzard plans to build from. Of course, on top of that, adding their own visual style, features, gameplay polish, monetization, and most certainly also streamlining the experience for a more mainstream audience than what typically is drawn to survival style games. We know that Blizzard's new survival game has been in some form of development since 2017, so about 6 years now. Now this info comes thanks to project lead Craig Amai's LinkedIn page, which states that he began working on the title in July 2017.
Valheim was really nice.
Is how much of these last 6 years were spent in pre-production, laying the basics and concepts of the game, but not really piecing it all together. That said, it does seem very likely that the game's been in full production for 2 to 3, maybe even 4 years. And I say that because as of last year in 2022, the game was in a playable state. People saw it running and were actually able to sit down and play it. We officially learned about this back in January 2022 when Blizzard's president, Mike Ibarra, said that he had played many hours of the project himself and was incredibly excited about their vision. And then unofficially, Jez Corden of Windows Central and the Xbox 2 podcast discussed on a few occasions having seen an early build of the game and then going on to share some details, which he said that the gameplay bits he saw showcased all of the expected survival features. There were building mechanics with player constructed bases, complex machinery, and crafting stations, all of these structures having a bit of a fantasy fairy tale twist to their appearance. There were also mercantile mechanics similar to like old school MMOs, but also things like Albion Online and Fallout 76 where players could set up their own vendor stations, like getting potion shops, for example, where they would craft unique recipes they had learned and then are able to sell them directly to other players. All of the gameplay he saw was apparently in first person, running around with a bow and then also casting some magical spells and abilities. And then he also said that visually the game reminded him of some sort of combination of like Everwild and Fable Legends, which, you know, knowing how these two games look, that does line up with the official concept art that Blizzard has revealed for the game. But also they all share this kind of stylized nature similar to what Blizzard typically does. And finally, what he said was that the gameplay he saw was in 2022, during which time the code name of the game was Odyssey. Now, with time, I've grown pretty confident in the details that Jez shared, that they are likely to be true. One of the main reasons being that he was the very first person to reveal that the code name was Odyssey, and this was later confirmed accurate by several sources. But I am reasonably sure that what he saw was the game and that what he's sharing is accurate. All of this really further confirmed and cemented in my mind.
New survival MMO. I think it's going to be amazing.
Beyond what little details we officially got when Blizzard first revealed the game and what we know about how long it's been in development, we have gotten a ton of information and details from the various job postings on the Blizzard careers page. I've discussed some of this in the past, but there have been many new additions since we last covered the game. And I've also gone back through some of those old postings with more of a fine-tooth comb and pulled up a few new interesting tidbits there as well. And we really actually do know quite a lot about this game. I'm pretty excited about this. So first of all, we know it is almost certainly going to be an MMO of sorts. Before you jump on me, listen, all right? More precisely, we're expecting it to be MMO light or a shared world game where you will be encountering other people while you play. Think along the lines of like Destiny, The Division, or Diablo 4 even, as they brought that to the ARPG genre with social spaces and parts of the world where you're more likely to see people. So here is what makes this pretty clear to me. First of all, there was the original job posting that I've referenced before for the lead social designer that said successful candidates will motivate players to engage with each other in ways both competitive and collaborative, forming new bonds of friendship or rivalry. Although that's a bit vague, and that could certainly just apply to like cooperative experiences like surfers where you invite your friends to play with you. But then there was this point on the points of interest designer job posting that said they were leading teams to build a AAA FPS first open world multiplayer space while also defining and maintaining philosophies for multiplayer gameplay spaces. Although you could still argue that this is just talking about a cooperative game, but this final one really just completely drives it home. This was for the lead village designer, which said ensuring it feels amazing to build things together with other players, that the growth of shared social spaces is aspirational and satisfying, and that the result of what players build together is a beautiful reflection of their accomplishments. Later on in the posting, it was said building and executing a vision for collaborative social play within shared village spaces. That almost to me just guarantees that there are shared spaces, even if that's just like social hubs in towns, that shared spaces is a part of the game. But what really totally solidifies the whole thing for me that we're getting a shared world / MMO-like kind of game is just the confirmation that this is a live service game. Yes, that is true. There was a position for live ops lead designer and many other live ops and similar things. This one in particular said, though, you will shape the long-term content, gameplay, and systemic experiences of our players. You will work with directors and lead a multidisciplinary group to build systems, tools, and content that keeps the game fresh and exciting for years to come. The fact that this is a live service game, that alone makes the idea that this is going to be a shared world MMO-like game extremely likely, as Blizzard isn't going to have a live service game without a cosmetic cash shop. Let's be real. That is just the way things are currently and the way they're going to be going forward. And you don't have a cosmetic cash shop if you can't also then show that off and what you
to other players. Yeah.
That plus all of those other postings about designing shared multiplayer spaces, shared world towns. It's just, I'm confident that MMO.
Nice. Well, it's gonna be nice then. It's not big enough.
It's too far away.
There we go. All of this is done. Nope. I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be back in a second. All right.
You got my attention. Off with you. You got my
Okay.
attention. Watch your back. Be good.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Out of range. I need to get going. It's too far away.
I play a semi-hardcore casual guild. It's semi-hardcore casually.
What's on your mind? Off with you. Be good. What can I do for you? Watch your back. Safe travels.
Holy shit. It's not going up fast. At all. This is a great.
Out of range. It's still recharging. I can't use that.
Talk to me. Watch your back.
What's on your mind? See you soon. Watch your back.
What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Good job. Gavrock. Ça, c'est du beau travail, Gavrock. Charge the shotgun dans le moteur de Gavrock. C'est Gavrock. Qu'est-ce que tu calisses? Non, non, non. Use Gavrock and free Rune Giant.
It's too far away.
Let's go. This is the next hub. Oh yeah, I remember those ruins. Yeah, that was such bullshit, I remember. Yeah.
Hello. Safe travelers. Interest you on a pint? Off with you. Watch your back.
So none of them is an inn. Hey, hello. Can you see me wave at myself? Yeah, you can.
These are the famous words of J. Robert Oppenheimer.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
The man infamously known for creating the atomic bomb. In one moment, he changed human history forever. And Oppenheimer knew what he had created, and knew the fate of the world now rested on his and his colleagues' shoulders. Motivated by the pressure of total war and a possible solution to the bloodshed, he had opened Pandora's box, and he would spend the next 2 decades trying to close it again. Everything that you see today about World War III has been shaped by Oppenheimer. Modern conflicts will now be taken to another level due to Oppenheimer's invention. But despite this, we owe the fact that we're still alive today because of Oppenheimer's humanism and his morality. His life and the things he did are inexorably linked with the weapon he created. And whether we will survive the next decade or century in his shadow is impossible to predict. But by seeing how his unique story began and how it continues today, we might have some idea if nuclear conflict will ever come about in our lifetime. J. Robert Oppenheimer was born into an upper-class New York Jewish family in 1904. His father had come from Germany and became a partner in a leading textiles firm. His mother came from a rich background, but was an incredibly talented artist. And by the time Robert was a child, his parents were multi-millionaires, and he grew up surrounded by Picassos and Van Goghs. But despite their Jewish heritage, the family weren't actively religious. Instead, Robert's father believed in a new way of thinking, ethical humanism, and their teachings were that morality and good acts needed to break free from their religious connotations, and that a secular, rational way of thinking could be the basis for ethics. And it was this doctrine that his parents embodied to the fullest, encouraging Robert to explore intellectual pursuits like poetry and science. It quickly became apparent that the young Oppenheimer was extraordinarily gifted, a true polymath. At the age of 9, he was said to have told a classmate, "Ask me a question in Latin, and I will answer you in Greek." A year later, he was beginning his studies in chemistry and physics, having skipped several grades ahead. At age 12, Oppenheimer had become immersed in his hobby of mineral collecting and cataloging. He exchanged letters with other hobbyists, and was eventually invited to give a talk at the New York Mineralogical Club. It was only when Robert's father introduced him on stage that they realized they had been corresponding with a young child, and the laughter became applause once Robert delivered his speech. And so eventually, once he breezed past school, Robert secured a place at Harvard, but still, he didn't know what to do with his gifts. He took a mixture of different classes, getting straight A's in all of them, but he eventually graduated with a bachelor's in chemistry. However, university life for Robert wasn't so simple. He was still introverted and had little friends, although the few connections he did make were deep and intimate. And it was after that he got his degree that Robert finally figured out what he wanted to devote his great mind to: physics. The best place to be for experimental physics at the time was Cambridge, and so that's where he went. But once he got to England, Robert quickly found out that it wasn't all he'd hoped for. Whilst he had a uniquely brilliant mind, Robert struggled with the precise and laborious task involved with setting up the experiments. It was a first for Robert, who had always easily coasted to the top of the class before. And it was this change combined with bouts of existential dread that made Robert even more introverted than before. He rarely saw friends outside a very small group of confidence. He had multiple breakdowns and grew resentful of his physics professor who oversaw his failing lab work. Multiple psychiatrists and doctors couldn't help improve his mood, and he became cold and irritable at the best of times. In a final expression of his pain, Robert tainted an apple with harmful chemicals and left it on his professor's desk. And now this could be seen as attempted murder, but the fact that Robert never faced any charges means it probably wasn't all that serious. But still, when the plot was discovered, Robert fled to Europe to see some old friends, fearing his expulsion from the college. And it was on this trip that Robert had a breakthrough. First, 2 papers he had written on theoretical physics at Cambridge were published, all whilst he was away, which was enough to convince the college to forego any disciplinary actions. It made it clear to Robert that his future lay in theory, not in the conduction of experiments he hated so much. And at the same time, Oppenheimer also broke through his own existential barriers, reconciling his apparent apathy for other people's suffering with his own moral ideas, making this a transformative trip. And when Robert came back, he returned a new man. The Blinkist app allows you to understand the most important things from over 5,500 of the screen. Second,
Yeah, it's very interesting. The Oppenheimer. I mean, yeah.
Into his lifelong career, theoretical physics, or more specifically, quantum mechanics. It was a new and promising field of science dominated by geniuses in the early to late.
I mean, I don't want to get flagged, but
20. Young, brilliant scientists like Heisenberg and Fermi were unlocking new secrets about the fundamental building blocks of the universe. We're talking about the time of Einstein, and all of these top physicists were studying at the University of Göttingen, and that's exactly where Robert went, to finally make his name. He published 7 papers during his short time in Germany, advancing the field with his unique creativity. During 1925 through to 1927, this would set the foundations of knowledge which led to computers, lasers, genetic engineering, and most crucially, atomics. After this time in Germany, Oppenheimer then moved back to the US, where he accepted a teaching position at UC Berkeley. Once a man with few friends, Robert now found himself surrounded by admirers and eager students. At first his lectures were almost intelligible, so complex and vague that even other professors had a hard time following them. But he quickly improved his teaching, and people came from across the world to study under him. And over the 20s, Oppenheimer's mix of lectures and informal seminars made Berkeley the unofficial center of physics in the US. For a time it acted as an alternative to Göttingen, which still had its own collection of legendary scientists. But in the early 30s, when the Nazis came to power in Germany, they began a long campaign of exclusion and terror against the Jewish population. In doing so, the Nazis gutted the majority of their science, engineering, and mathematics departments. And at Göttingen, the physics department, which used to lead the world, pretty much ceased to exist, and the majority of scientists then fled to the West, including people like Einstein. And most of these physicists then ended up in Berkeley, often at the invitation of Oppenheimer. Along with Oppenheimer's theoretical department, experimental physics at Berkeley was also explored. And this is where things became crazy. Ernest Orlando Lawrence was Robert's colleague and close friend, and he was a genius builder, creating a machine that he called the cyclotron in 1932, capable of firing particles at speeds high enough to split atoms, and it gave theoretical physicists like Oppenheimer the tool they needed to truly understand atomic physics. And this major development brought in many financial backers, which meant that he could create larger and more complicated cyclotrons. And the pace of research and breakthroughs increased dramatically, but so did government and corporate influence. Financial backers were mostly interested in the military applications though, and so of course this is where the bulk of the research went. And over the next decade, this culture of military research and technology would come to dominate Oppenheimer's pure science, using their theoretical work as a starting point. And as this went on, Robert carried on living his life. He advanced nuclear physics, found love, and even began getting involved in politics. After hearing the awful stories from his German colleagues, he developed an intense hatred of the Nazis. Like most people at the time, he had deep fears of their dominance in Europe, but above all else, he was scared that they would develop nuclear weapons. Because in 1934, a paper came out theorizing a nuclear chain reaction, a process which could cause the splitting of a large amount of atoms at once with the right trigger. Then in 1938, scientists in Germany were first to split an atom of uranium, releasing a massive amount of energy in the process. And so if you could induce a chain reaction of nuclear fission of uranium atoms, you would have a nuclear bomb. This was completely new experimental technology. And so spurred on by similar fears that the Nazis were developing this technology, in addition to a letter from Albert Einstein corroborating these fears, the US government decided to start their own project. But it wasn't until 1941 that they really got started. At first, progress was slow. The nuclear technology was so new that weaponizing it seemed almost impossible. But when Japan bombed Pearl Harbor in December of 1941 and their blitzkrieg exploded across the Pacific, things started looking dire. The Nazis had taken Europe and were outside Moscow, whilst the US and the Allies were losing more ground to Japan every single day. The US needed a secret weapon, and only their small nuclear project had the potential to make a difference. From its beginning, this was a top secret plan, codenamed the Manhattan Project, and the US government would enlist Oppenheimer to collect the top minds in nuclear physics under one roof. Gathering in California, they got to work on designing 2 different kinds of nuclear weapons, and the US government poured the equivalent of billions of dollars into the project. But most of it didn't go to weapons research itself. Instead, the main challenge was gathering, refining, and enriching enough uranium to make the bombs. It was an incredible industrial effort just to get the materials alone. The process was made much slower and more expensive because of the need for secrecy. If Germany learned that the Allies were spending billions on buying up the world's uranium, they would know that they were serious about nuclear weapons. So, using the British and French colonial empires, the US bought thousands of tons of uranium in secret deals from mines in Africa and Canada. Despite billions of dollars and over 10,000 people working on the industrial side of the process, Germany never really caught wind of the project. As for research, Oppenheimer called in the best physicists from around the world. Many of them were refugees fleeing from the Nazis themselves. Among them was Enrico Fermi, a physicist from Italy similar in stature to Oppenheimer. There was also Leo Szilard, who fled Germany and was integral to the project, Glenn Seaborg, who led the research on plutonium, and Hans Bethe, a brilliant physicist whose earlier work on similar reactions in stars was essential in making the bomb. These men and over 100 other top physicists had a monumental task ahead of them. 1942 was mostly spent preparing the groundwork, organizing uranium shipments, and building the massive facilities and reactors that were necessary for the project. It was only in December of 1942, a year after Pearl Harbor, that the Manhattan Project created the first functional nuclear reactor. It was the first of its kind, and used graphite to moderate the reaction, and it was the first real step towards a nuclear bomb. An earlier conference had confirmed that a nuclear bomb was possible, they just needed a design to create the nuclear reaction. The one that stuck was relatively simple. Working like a gun, a conventional explosive could be used to push two pieces of enriched uranium together. The energy, combined with enough enriched fuel, would cause an explosive chain reaction inside the uranium, creating a nuclear explosion. There was also a new design that involved plutonium, an element that had only been made just a few years earlier by Glenn Seaborg. Plutonium was too reactive for the gun design to work, so instead the team worked on a bomb that would compress a single core of plutonium till it reached critical levels and caused a chain reaction. These were the two designs that would eventually work, but it would take a long time for Oppenheimer's team to figure this all out. 2 years of work was spent on a gun-type plutonium bomb until in 1994 they discovered it wouldn't work. Their plutonium and the way it was created always left impurities, which made the plutonium too reactive to work properly. It was only by inventing a new way of focusing the pressure from conventional explosives that the team could create a new feasible plutonium design. Once they had these two designs, the uranium gun and the plutonium compression devices, they could actually build a bomb, and by this point it was already 1945. However, they plowed ahead, making strides in technology that would eventually lead to the first atomic test. The ethics of even making such a weapon took backstage, even as the scientists calculated how many kilotons of TNT the bomb was equivalent to. No moral questions ever slowed the progress. Even a theoretical possibility that the weapon might ignite the entire atmosphere was ignored, and every day time was ticking. Fears that Germany would eventually unleash this bomb in Europe meant that the pressure was on, and by the time the Americans and Oppenheimer learned that the Germans were nowhere near a bomb and had abandoned the project entirely, they were now only months away from their first successful test. And that came on July 16, 1945, in the Trinity bomb test, when Oppenheimer and his team watched from afar as the first nuclear bomb was exploded in the New Mexico desert. Just the flash of the light from the explosion was brighter than 1,000 suns. In fact, the explosion itself was so immense that it completely leveled the desert for miles around. The bomb was far more powerful than Oppenheimer or the government ever expected, and it was in this exact moment that Robert's famous words describe,
"Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
This was one of the biggest turning points in human history. The world had never been the same since. Immediately after the Russian success came huge regrets at what they had just unleashed.
On the 6th of August 1945, according to plan, the US exploded an atomic bomb over Hiroshima, a city with a population of 350,000.
After they announced the bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, details about the Manhattan Project and Oppenheimer's position as director came into the public eye. Instantly, he was a household name, appearing in newspaper articles and on the front of the Times magazine. But he scarcely had time to enjoy his new fame. Oppenheimer was immediately put in charge of an interim committee to manage nuclear issues, and 2 years later, it was formalized as the Atomic Energy Commission, with Oppenheimer taking a leading role. It was from this government platform that Oppenheimer began pushing for non-proliferation. In an admirable but ultimately fruitless campaign, he and other scientists petitioned the US and the world to give up nuclear weapons for good. Now that they had been used, he argued there wasn't any reason to ever use them again. He saw that this would kill mankind. His invention was done to ruin his soul. Oppenheimer even took this argument directly to the president, but the meeting turned sour, and Truman demanded he leave. Even though the measure would have made nuclear war an impossibility, it was never taken very seriously. For the major power, nuclear weapons were so tempting. They were the ultimate form of control, giving America power over the world. Because the US now had the ultimate leverage over their new enemies. The Soviets, on the other hand, weren't going to trust the US to give up the bomb, and so they were now carrying out their own research. And they were emerging as the only competitor to the US. And seeing as their armies had just conquered half of Europe under Stalin, many were fearful they'd swallow up the rest. And so the bomb was the solution to this problem. But Oppenheimer knew their security wouldn't last forever. An arms race was already underway, and he was powerless to stop it. And so in 1948, Oppenheimer said that the US's monopoly was like ice melting in the sun. Less than a year later, he was proven right, when the Soviets tested their own nuclear bomb. They were much quicker than the US expected, partially due to leaked secrets from the Manhattan Project. The US government, already working itself into an anti-communist frenzy, was sent into full panic mode. For the first time in centuries, the US mainland was now under direct threat, and they needed more nukes to maintain their power. And so as both the Soviets and America started growing their stockpiles, the world was then plunged into a never-ending standoff. And in retrospect, It may not have been a bad thing. In 1950, the Korean War broke out. The Communist North, bolstered by the experienced Chinese soldiers fresh from their own civil war, ran over the US back south. The US, the newly created United Nations, and the South barely held on. Douglas MacArthur, the general in charge of the Western forces, flirted with the idea of nuclear action. He submitted target lists of North Korean and later Chinese cities and military bases, but they went ignored. He said the US waged an entirely conventional war, even when they were beaten back from victory by the Chinese reinforcements. Eventually, the front line stabilized, which created the modern Korean border that we know today. However, what's important here is that the Korean War could have easily turned into World War III. In a lot of ways, it already was a Third World War, when a united Western front fought the Chinese Communist troops. But thank God it didn't spill over, and the USSR actively tried to stay out of the conflict entirely. And the reason for this was nuclear weapons. Any large conflict across multiple fronts would inevitably lead to total war, opening the door to nuclear weapons. So keeping conflicts isolated in their own regions was both in the US and USSR's interest. It was a dangerously loose solution for the looming threat of nuclear war, but we still rely on it today. And as the Cold War went on, the two powers' nuclear stockpiles only got larger and larger. Oppenheimer, for his part, tried to interfere with the arms race. When a new type of bomb called a hydrogen bomb was theorized in 1949, he did his best to fight against its creation. Relying on fusion rather than fission, the bomb would be thousands of times more powerful than the ones dropped in Japan. It lay waste to entire cities, killing millions rather than thousands. It was this bomb that threatened mass destruction on a global scale, creating the possibility of a real nuclear apocalypse, the end of humanity. So Oppenheimer argued that it was a useless weapon. It had such destructive power that it would be impractical against any target other than a city. But with Russ's recent entry into the nuclear arms race, his and his colleagues' protests were pushed aside. National security was more important. But Oppenheimer wouldn't give up easily, pushing the issue as hard as he could, even considering resigning over the issue. But it wouldn't have changed anything. His campaigning against the hydrogen bomb made him a lot of enemies, warlike generals and politicians who already despised his talk of non-proliferation. Despite their ambiguity, Oppenheimer's old political leanings would eventually...
When you think about it, just for a second, we've been close to nuclear annihilation more than once. And it's crazy that people are ready to press the button like fuck. I can understand you want to commit, you know, you want to kill yourself, or I don't agree with it, but I understand that feeling. I mean, but you know, to be like, yeah, it's the end of the world. Okay, poop. Whoa, that's crazy. That's somebody being crazy. If you're crazy, that's what you do. But if you're, and this guy knows it. Look at his face. This is not the face of a happy man. This is the face of a guy who knows he created something beyond him, but not in the right way, you know.
end his career, because both his brother and his wife were communists at one point or another, gave his enemies in government an easy excuse to question his loyalty. The FBI were also happy to dig up any dust on Oppenheimer that was needed, passing it over to anyone who could put pressure on the president. And that's how it came to be that in 1953, President Eisenhower asked Robert to resign, but he refused, demanding a public hearing. Scores of old friends and colleagues came out to testify on his behalf, but it didn't really matter. And unfortunately for Oppenheimer, the hearing was possibly the highest profile case in the McCarthy era of communist witch hunts. The kangaroo court found him to be a security risk, mostly due to his eccentric way of speaking and some idle testimony. Oppenheimer's security clearance was revoked, and he was left outside of government and the nuclear decisions, being a huge slap in the face for someone who had served his government so loyally, and in many ways it broke Oppenheimer. However, he was seen as a martyr and a hero in the scientific community, which allowed him to carry on teaching, taking Einstein's old job as a senior professor of theoretical physics at Princeton. But eventually he retreated from public appearances, becoming more private and secluded in his home in the Caribbean. And a little over a decade later, in 1967, he would peacefully pass away. And now his legacy lives on. His work to create the atomic bomb whilst advocating for peace gave the world the very tools it needed to destroy itself. And during the Cold War, it almost did. The Cuban Missile Crisis was a head-length away from triggering World War III, for example. Later on, a glitch in the Soviet missile defense system nearly led to a catastrophic nuclear exchange, with human history being saved by one man who didn't pass on the false data over to his superiors.
If Arkhipov made a different decision, whether he fell into peer pressure or if he simply chose a different submarine to be present on, you probably wouldn't exist, and neither would the internet or probably anything else that you know.
But despite all their near misses, we've survived so far today, and Oppenheimer and other scientists at the beginning of the nuclear age often spoke of humanity needing to grow up in line with our technology. In this respect, it does seem like we might have, as today, nuclear weapons have taken a backseat in the public consciousness. Compared to the peak of the Cold War, we have just under a fifth of the missiles and bombs we had then. But were we too quick to disregard the danger they pose, as there's still around 12,000 nuclear weapons in play, and it's important we discuss the situation today. Just like in the Cold War, the main two nuclear states are the US and Russia. They control the vast majority of the nuclear weapons in the world.
The strategic systems, they have intercontinental range, and so they can hit anywhere on the globe. And if that was released, it could destroy all major cities.
Russia has just under 6,000 and the US around 5,000. The remaining 1,000 are then controlled by a small set of other world powers. China has 400, France and the UK have 300 and 200 respectively, and the rest is split between Pakistan, India, Israel and North Korea. Of these nations, North Korea is probably the most dangerous one. Ruled with an iron fist by King Jong-un, they are used as a puppet state for China, and as a puppet state, they are used to do China's dirty work. And because of how much power has been centralized within King Jong-un and his inner circle, it's incredibly likely that he's got sole control of North Korea's first strike capabilities. If the supreme leader decided it, North Korea could use any or all of their nuclear weapons. They're also one of the most aggressive nations in the world, constantly launching missiles into the Sea of Japan to advertise their capabilities.
Our Japanese leaders say they are ready to shoot down any North Korean missile that could land in their territory.
In fact, the number of missile tests has dramatically increased in 2022, as they launched nearly 9 times more than in 2021. And their newly developed intercontinental ballistic missiles can reach all the way to the US mainland, meaning that nobody in the world is safe from them. And recent evidence from November of 2022 points to the fact that they've started making more weapon-grade plutonium, meaning their stockpile is November
Just a sec.
Points to the fact that they
Gotta love the picture, you know. He's in front with a leather jacket. Yeah, let's walk in front of the big missile.
They've started making more weapon-grade plutonium, meaning their stockpile is only getting larger.
They saw a huge number, a record number of ICBMs, those very large intercontinental ballistic missiles that are designed to hit either U.S. targets in the region, bases in Guam or Hawaii, or the United States itself.
And so all of this points to a possible nuclear war stemming from North Korea, as they're used as a puppet state to do China's wrongdoings. It seems like North Korea's nukes serve a purely defensive purpose. Every action that the Kim dynasty has taken has always served to secure their own grip on power. Their nuclear arsenal is no different, and it's insurance against any invasion meant to depose them. If they actually did start a nuclear war, it would destroy the nation. And with the US's missile defense systems, it's highly unlikely that North Korea will ever land a successful long-range shot. However, South Korea, Japan, and other countries closer to them might not be as lucky, and this is where North Korea becomes so dangerous. However, despite his repeated threats, King Jong-un really doesn't want to be the supreme leader of a nuclear wasteland. However, the worrying possibility is that King Jong-un could be forced by China, who serves as the country's bloodline, to be forced into making decisions that put a thorn in the West side. However, even with all these dictatorships, Stalin and Mao, some of the most ruthless and despicable people in history, have always had control of nuclear weapons, and yet they never used them, even at the height of the Cold War. And even if King Jong-un did order their use, it's really unlikely that his subordinates would obey. They'd know the consequences of their actions, and they want to protect their own power and position rather than throwing it all away. Now, we'll never have a guarantee that North Korea won't use nuclear weapons, but it doesn't seem likely. And even if they did use their nukes, they wouldn't destroy humanity. Only Russia and the US possess the real capability to have a full-scale nuclear war between the two states. And if this happens, this would be cataclysmic. The initial exchange could kill billions, made worse by the fact that over half of the world's population are crammed into dense cities. And the survivors of these bombs would have to deal with massive levels of radiation and horrific nuclear winter. Studies on the ecological impacts alone predict that global temperatures would fall by 8 degrees. The combined effect of cold and radiation would then destroy ecosystems, make farming nearly impossible for years. Famine and starvation would take over the world, possibly for years, if not even decades. It's very doubtful that civilization would even survive such a blow. There would be riots everywhere. And this possible future has kept nuclear missiles in their silos, because mutually assured destruction is the only reason no one's used it yet, as it's not in anyone's interest to make this happen, especially not the people who would run it all anyway. Even just using one nuclear weapon would trigger retaliation, which would eventually result in an all-out exchange. However, recently things have got crazy. Recently the UK was accused of using uranium in their bullets. In the Ukraine conflict. conflict. And on the other side, one of Putin's closest advisors, the chairman of the Council on Foreign and Defense Policy, recently stated, quote, "We will have to make nuclear deterrence a convincing argument again by lowering the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons set unacceptably high. The enemy must know that we are ready to deliver a preemptive strike in retaliation for all of its current and past acts of aggression in order to prevent a slide into a global thermonuclear war." His comments represent a dangerous shift in rhetoric. For Russia's top officials to be openly debating the use of nuclear weapons is a completely new development like we've never seen before.
That's
As
crazy.
is Putin's recent move to cut nuclear missiles in Belarus, or like Putin's comments that the parts of Ukraine that they have invaded are now part of Russia and that they will use any weapon to defend Russia. For now, Sergei's opinion that Russia should use nukes is in the minority. Even within Russia's repressed media, other articles have come out condemning any nuclear escalation. But as the war drags on and Russia starts looking for a way out, we can't take these threats so lightly. And what precedent does this set for a future conflict like China versus Taiwan? And with the recent attempted Wagner coup within Russia, showed just how much power these military leaders have in Putin's Russia, just the same as they do in America and in China. And the most warlike among them are also going to be the most aggressive in future power struggles as well. Private military companies in particular are incentivized to cross this very line. They need continuous war to make their blood money. A limited nuclear exchange and the war to follow would give them a golden opportunity. Someone's going to profit from this disaster, and once this line is broken, it will be incredibly dangerous for everyone on planet Earth. The US has warned of cataclysmic consequences for Russia if they ever dared use nuclear weapons, but it's still up in the air whether they would actually retaliate in any kind. And if they do, then this will rapidly devolve into a nightmare scenario, one that human history has never seen before. But if they don't, then Russia will have opened a whole new Pandora's box. We could see tactical nuclear weapons finding use in wars for the rest of history. If the bar does fall too low, China could obliterate Taiwan's military, or even their cities to knock off their invasion. Or North Korea as a puppet state could get the courage from China to finally invade the South using their nuclear arsenal. And it's clear that right now in 2023, we are at a pivotal point in history, as we're currently seeing another great power struggle unfold. Nearly every single time a dominant power like the US comes under threat from a rising power, and their allies like China and Russia, war then breaks out. And we only avoided it in the Cold War because of mutually assured destruction and neither side being willing to go that far. But if we cross that final threshold and states begin using nuclear weapons, there won't be anything left to stop global war. And whilst nuclear war does seem like it's right around the corner, we're not quite there yet. Whether you can chalk this up to humanity growing up and getting more peaceful since World War II, or just our leaders' self-interest, the results have been the same, and whether we can continue this long peace and honor Oppenheimer's legacy remains to be seen. But the current global crisis and the next 10 to 12 years will be the hardest test yet.
Damn it.
It's not our business.
That's crazy. That is... I? Okay. Bon. What time is it? 9. Alright. I might do something. I think that's what I'll do. But wait, you got like... The cat is like, what the fuck? Sorry. I'll do something. If I go here, I need to do something. I will do this. Yep. Then I need to do this. Since I'm all by myself, I don't mind. Hey. motherfucker. Okay. Ok, fait que ça c'est fait. Now I do this. Took. Oh. Voilà. I think it's all updated. Oh, I wanted to try the fucking PTS. Quite a few. Oh, excuse-moi, mon Tita. Pardon. Working very well. I don't know where you get the new quests. Okay. East.
You need some? Or just admiring? Looking for work, are you?
Oh, yeah.
Just so happens I've got something I'm willing to pay for. The
Good.
bums around here haven't been pulling their weight as much as I'd like. But I also don't have the time or temperament to play therapist. You go give him a talking to, and I'll send some gaps your way. Start with Kieran Kennedy. He's down on the west end of the tunnel. He knows better. So, remind him. Okay, great, whatever. Get him back in shape, you get some caps. Now beat it.
That over there.
Members, we've decided it's about time we went for another walk. Any available men and women should proceed to the designated bot stop to initiate the process.
Something I can help you with? Yeah, he always says that. But, yeah, fine. I guess I've been distracted. I've got these kids I watch back home, outside Appalachia. The only reason I do this work is to send caps back to them. But I'm starting to worry that they need more than protection and money. They've had their whole chance at childhood robbed from them. I had my eye on this place called Nuka World, just down the road. Some traveling carnival. The type of thing they'd love to see. The journey here, though, too dangerous for them. Wouldn't risk it. The road is no place for kids like them. But I've been thinking, maybe I could bring back a few toys or souvenirs from there. Think you'd be able to do that for me? It'd really help out.
Okay. So the first quest, you want toys.
I appreciate that. 5 should be enough. Thanks.
So you drop the ammunition type and what you're using. That's pretty cool.
Handy helpers at your fingertips. Build your own at the bot stop.
I think I'm gonna try something. I'll see what I have for guns. Because I gave a lot of guns to my ex. And let's say they're not lost forever, but they're lost forever. So, let me see what I have left. Because, you know, I'm a bad guy and all that shit. Still have that. So she's got the 2-shot. When I say that, I'm not even sure. Let me see. I'll see what I have with this guy.
I smell scrap. Well, not literally.
Okay, so she's got the good guns. What an idiot you are. It doesn't matter. It's a gun. What I have for guns. I could try the 50 cal. Let me see what I need gunsmith rank 5. Okay. Let me try and kill anything. Return to Kiran.
Clean up this.
You're back. Find any souvenirs?
Here's your souvenir.
Let's see. I've been reconsidering. Thank you. I appreciate you getting them, but I'm starting to think that the souvenirs will only make them sadder. To see something from a place, a time
you should face
that they can't go to. Guess you're right. Even growing up before the war, I didn't have many chances to be a kid. Anything is better than nothing. You can tell that old crank that I'll pick up the pace. Be seeing you.
What's that over there?
And you're back. Hopefully with news of Mr. Kennedy lifting a Brahmin in each hand, carrying him from Foundation to the pit. Kieran with them damn kids. I warned him he wasn't cut out for playing house. Glad you figured it out for him. Good job. Come back tomorrow. I'll have something else for you to handle.
It might rain later.
Let's go to Sunny Top Station. Sunny Top, Sunny Top, sunny, Sunny Top.
You walk, but not under his wings. Then assist him.
Several uplinks I am using to track extraterrestrial movement have gone offline. We must fix them to remain prepared. Please do need to alert the Brotherhood of my assistance. Restoring these uplinks will be mutually beneficial. Signal calibration initiated. Prepare for alien cruelty. Their species is disturbed by the frequencies being sent out.
Forgot to change my build, but
Second uplink. Calibration in progress. Ensure the calibration is not interrupted.
Did they fix the strangler part? Awesome medallion. Great.
I'm going bounty on it. Bruh. I wanna hunt down a little kid, bruh. And fucking sleep him in the wicket.
There we go. Oh, hey.
You walk, but not under his wings. Then
Invaders from beyond in a few minutes. Why all of a sudden I'm gonna do the event with this Strangler Heart. Let's see how it goes.
fellow humans. You may call me Homer. I am not much of a fighter, but I will provide support from afar. Those devices are siphoning the brainwaves of nearby life forms. The alien commanders hold the keys to their force fields. We must draw them out. The siphons will emit periodic energy pulses. They can be avoided if you keep your distance.
You can't catch me! I'm too strong!
Coming down to protect the brainwave siphon. The brainwave siphon is now vulnerable. Now, relocate to the second siphon. We will need to follow a similar process to make it vulnerable. Please note that the enemy spacecraft is equipped with deadly missiles. Be careful.
What? How did I die?
There are new commanders coming. Take care not to draw the fire of both at once. must ask that you do not try to track me down. I am not well suited to social interaction.
All right. Okay. I'm fucking max on taps. Holy shit.
Greetings, fellow follower of the Winged Wolf.
Yeah, the Strangler Heart is good. But I have to be realistic. Why use the Strangler Heart when you can use the Union? I mean, I like the style of this one as well. I don't know. I don't know. There we go. Let's just go like this. It doesn't matter. Shouldn't do that. That's a lag. It's a server lag. I'm gonna go for Radiation Rumble.
Five pounds of
Jocelyn
aluminum,
gun.
10 pounds of steel.
Crusader pistol.
One person's junk is another's gold bullion. Watch your step. There's toxic waste all over the place.
That smells terrible.
Hazmat suits don't grow on trees. Took forever to collect all these.
A Radix a day keeps the ghouls away. I wish.
Not sure we take things, but we're cleaning up this mess as well.
Oh, forgot. I need to take the dogs out. Yeah.
All the stuff left behind after the war. We should make it easy. All the stuff left behind after the war. We should make it easy.
Anybody can board tin cans. We do what the rest won't.
Sure, we take things, but we're cleaning up this mess as well. Hello. Hazmat suits don't grow on trees. It took forever to collect all these. Looking for work? You could use a hand. 5 pounds of aluminum, 10 pounds of steel. A Radix a day keeps the ghouls away. I wish. I have to pick up one more box of raw asbestos.
You're bold to wander into a place like this. Okay, everyone. Today, we're going to be recovering ore to decon. I need some of you in those tunnels gathering goods, and some up here guarding the stash of my crew. Don't expect a reward if my people go down. Their survival is a priority, and don't forget it. Ghouls don't like us messing around down there, so gather as much as possible before they overwhelm us. Let's go.
Go.
These rats are. You with that spruce knob group? Good folks. Or negotiators. But you didn't hear it from me.
Alright. Well, that was not bad. Now I need to take the dogs out, so I'll be back.
Des pépis, Calacien? Calacien, les bébés? Dis-toi.
All right. We are back. Safe and sound. No idea what this is. I just hope I'm gonna get the holy fire. And anything else is superfluous. I'm not full, you know, but okay, so 6 minutes. I still have time. I have time. I'm full. Safe and sound. Oh, I forgot to get myself a drink. I think I'll do that right now, actually.
The grounds look clear. Hopefully there ain't much damage. That's the last of the critters. Great job. Oh, darn. Looks like the circuit breakers have blown. Mind patching them up so Kai can get the repellers running? Just follow the cables from the generator. They'll lead you right to them. By all means, keep any spare materials during the repairs.
Okay.
Oh, I see a repeller light back on.
Way. Oh, okay, I'm back. Recover the pit stop repair. Follow the fucking line. It's not complicated. You need to follow the line.
Just a few left now.
me the holy fire!
Clyde, hurry! Not sure how long we can hold them off. What the heck? The juice must have been turned up too high. Too high, Clyde. Those speakers packed a punch. At least our noggins are in one piece. My teeth hurt a little. Anyways, hope the reward is enough. You really saved our behinds. Be sure to come on back once we clean things up.
I didn't get the holy fire, unfortunately. That's a bit disappointing. Initiating weapon. Oh, I think I have an idea. I'll do what I need to do after this. This is really the assassin. I'm gonna go for... I can never do... I want to get intelligence, if I can.
start.
He's using the exact same skin as I was using.
Pry that armor off your corpse.
The helmet, even the backpack. Oh, no, not the backpack. He's using the turtle backpack. Good for you.
Sacrifice your cause.
Wriggle worm! More satisfying that way.
Those supplies will help replace what was stolen. That's a relief. Head back to the tent and talk about hidden bounty camp.
You get so much ammunition right now. It's amazing.
There you are. Come on in. Your hands on our spies' dead drops before the fanatics dig them up. Tune into our signal and track them down.
Yeah, man.
been brewing up something nasty in the Boundary. Our scouts think it's shifting poison and chemicals to use their weapons. That poison has our names written all over it. I need you to blast it to smithereens. Founder fanatics won't mess with us again anytime soon. You're a hero, pal. You brought us the time we need to regroup and live another day. Head on back to the pen for a debrief, but don't let your guard down. Never let your guard down. Get back here as soon as you can. We've got another trog. Right on schedule.
Dark. It's really nice, the ammunition buff. The buff that you get for, well, not the buff, but it's really cool. It makes it so you never run out of ammunition. Well, maybe you do with certain guns, but with the flamer, it's perfect.
Good work here. And you got it. Right.
I'm just getting more and more ammunition.
Not to the fanatics, not to this place, not to anything.
That's good. Oops, sorry. Okay. We don't see it. Let's go in the Rusty Pig. Alright. So, my plan. My plan is to craft an armor.
When I look at you, I see
But
would you like me to light up your weapon?
another kind of armor. Because I have the assassin, which is very good for one purpose. I have the other one, which is for strength. This one will be examine, can I inspect, survey remain. left arm, I'm not gonna do nothing. The leg, I'm gonna put calibrated shots. The paint will be war. Right? Mud random. Vanguard. So that's really bad for me. Exterminator. Fire resistance, you know, yeah. But it's bad. Exterminator, fire resistance, really. So they're all bad. Oh! Radiation damage recovery. Oh, holy shit, that's so bad. It's good for full health. It's not bad. This one has strength. The left arm with strength. So it's worth it for me to roll all kinds of power armor, non-stop. In 3 minutes, the next event. If I see a holy fire to sell, for sale, I'm buying it. I mean,
Afternoon?
okay, let me just see. The damage difference. It's 156 the damage. Ooh. And 114 a fire rate. 156, 114. So higher fire rate, higher damage. 288 the range. Same range. First, you change server, hop server, try and get another event. Because Project Paradise, yeah, not the best. Motita. Now we have the Holy Fire. Fuck. 10,000 caps. Yeah, very cheap. Very cheap. Pif pouf. Done. Done.
Greetings, friend.
Spin the wheel, okay. This cat is a motherfucker. This cat is a motherfucker. I didn't know you could die from that.
It's time to spin the wheel again.
What's in store this time?
Good luck, friends.
Return to the stage and spin the wheel! It's that time again, folks! Step up and spin the wheel!
Ugh, the Vim machine. That doesn't belong here.
Quick! Destroy that water!
Golly, that was exciting.
Get ready to spin the wheel again! This round was F-U-N fun! Don't you guys agree?
I think you mean scary.
What a new-tastic display of skill!
Okay, that weapon is crazy. That weapon is crazy. Do I have something to kill? So I'm gonna need to get... Okay. This.
How can I make your day more fun?
Good day, traveler. Salutations. Have a terrific day.
Why 186 0201?
Welcome to Nuka World on tour. Would you like a balloon?
Oh, I can sell them.
Oh boy, look at all those prizes.
Somebody is healing.
Know a place where I can get some food?
I sure do, Mom.
The radiation. So, we're gonna try the Colossus. Yep. Alright, we're gonna try to launch a nuke on Earl. 5 minutes.
Detonation in 4 minutes. Unless valid cancellation code received.
Let's go sneaky, sneaky. That's good damage. Come on. No. Let's try another server. Man. That's so good. The Holy Fire is such a good weapon. Makes me want to play Fallout again. Project Paradise, no thanks. Free range, no. Alright, I'm not gonna jump server like crazy, but I'm gonna jump a little bit to see if I can get something good. Line in the sand. Ah, okay. Not gonna sell anything. I'm gonna remove my shops. Well, no, that's not true. Because I need caps now. Yeah, I could use a few caps. What is one of them? No, they're not.
Automatic sequence started. Power cycle. Get ready, brothers. Code Alpha Romeo 9. Perimeter sensor picking up inbound. Storm!
We got this. I mean, I say we got this. It's only the first wave. Bon. Let's try to make ourselves a little bit lighter. Get a buff or two. They need to add some kind of fishing. Good. Stabby McStabbigan.
I am Homer. Typically, I would not get involved in public affairs. But the extraterrestrial is my specialty, so I would like to help. You need to hold out until the alien commanders show themselves. Eliminating them should bring down the force fields on the brainwave siphons. The energy pulses from the siphons can feel a bit shocking. However, they can be avoided by repositioning out of range. Now, relocate to the second siphon. We will need to follow a similar process to make it vulnerable. Exercise increased caution. The enemy ship is powered up to deliver missile strikes. That brought down the force field on the brainwave siphon. Destroy it now. Extraterrestrials are sending down their final defense. Eliminate them. Quickly, destroy that brainwave siphon. Humanity band together to eliminate. Very impressive. I will continue to provide aid from afar.
Unrecognized personnel detected. Activating security system Alpha.
changed it.
Security incident in the residential sector.
Oh yeah, they changed the turret damage.
Fabricating replacement security personnel.
Put down your weapons and submit to operation.
Access granted. Security incident resolved. Standing down. Welcome, General. Scanning. Keycard detected. Proceed to the control room with your nuclear keycard and launch code to initiate the launch.
Area not secure. Repeat, area not secure.
Control room active. All stations standing by. Proceed to the launch control terminal to initiate the launch prep sequence. Launch prep sequence initiated. All personnel take your stations. All personnel to station. Assembling launch crew chief. Launch control chief. Active. Proceeding to station. Unsanctioned launch in progress. Security teams to the control room. Security teams to the control room. Security.
There is not a billion turret. Because usually here there was tons of turrets.
Telemetry officer active. Chief propulsion officer active. Security teams to the control room.
there used to be like turret here, 2 turrets in the middle, another one there, a few, like at least 10 to 12 turrets just here. One here. Oh yeah, one here. Now there's none. And it's so easy.
25%. All personnel, Chief Targeting Officer, active. Chief Guidance Officer, active. Fabricating replacement security personnel. Launch prep at 50%. Launch prep at 75%. Assembling reinforcements.
Okay, it's almost done. Yeah, it's done.
Launch prep complete. All systems nominal. Standing by for final authorization.
So wait, this is Site Alpha. Sept huit 0265.
Keycard accepted. Keypad accepted.
31780265.
Access granted. Attention. Attention. Launch sequence activated. Launch tube will seal in 30 seconds. All personnel should exit the launch tube immediately.
Ok, c'est toi. Tasse-toi un petit peu. Oh, wait. Non, Tita. Non. Hein? Tasse-toi un petit peu. C'est parce que quand tu te crisses, he's like in my back, you know? No. Ok. Bon. C'est mieux comme ça. Gonna go empty my bags, then come back because my bags. Clean up my inventory. Now it makes sense. Okay. guy has the Nuka launcher, really. At least this guy has a flamer. Never attempt to do the Colossus with the fucking launcher. That's bad. Si bébé. Ok. Ouais. Ouais. Everybody and their mothers using the fucking blue flame. That's it.
Available in exchange for pillars. Available in exchange for gas.
The melee build is stronger.
Right.
No doubt. It's not even close. The melee build is a lot stronger. This one is fun, you know. What was the... I can't remember. Dude. Feed the people. I don't want to feed the people. I want something else. But I'm gonna go to sleep after this event. If it's not a good event, uranium fever. I'll go to a West Tech real quick with the 2-shot gun. Then I'm out. Oh, I should have tried that boss with the 2-shot. Just a bunch of coffee and... that's stupid. That's stupidly good.
Where your guts
Alright, that's it for me for tonight. I'm very tired. I thank you for watching, and I will